The Rules Committee will come to order. We are here for consideration of H.R. 3523, the Cyber Intelligence Sharing and Protection Act. And we're very happy to welcome our good friends, the Chairman and Ranking Minority Member of the Intelligence Committee. And gentlemen, please, it's nice to have you. Thank you very much for joining us. This obviously is, as I said in the meeting that I was with Mr. Rogers on yesterday, it's my sense that if we look at the threats to the United States of America, clearly cybersecurity, I believe, happens to be the greatest priority that we should have because of the threat it poses to the United States. And so I think this is a very, very, very important effort that is being launched here. And let me say that without objection, any prepared statement that either of you have will appear in the record in its entirety. And we welcome your summary. So, Chairman Rogers.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and again, I thank you for that. I won't read my statement. I think you summed it up as well as anyone, but this is as big a problem and as big a threat to the United States that I've ever seen that we are just not ready to handle. And we have a very small and narrow approach to this. I want to thank my ranking member, Dutch Ruppersberger, who we have worked together on this for about a year, trying to find that important balance between protecting the country and protecting civil liberties and people's privacy. And we always said if we could get the high-tech Silicon Valley on a bill with the financial institutions of New York City, we'd have something. And we've done that through negotiations with all parties, coalition and otherwise, government agencies, privacy groups, civil libertarian groups. And we think we have found that place that we believe will allow us a very narrow solution, which means that if the federal government has information about malicious source code that is going to somebody's laptop near you, they can share it in a classified way to stop it at the internet service provider level or your IT shop level before it gets to your home computer. Pretty easy, pretty basic. It is no more than that. So, again, Mr. Chairman, thank you very, very much. We'll take questions if you want. But, again, this is a very narrow approach. We have accommodated the privacy and civil libertarian groups, and we feel very, very confident that this is the right balance. This is a bill people should be proud of, and we know it'll, in a very short term, start protecting America's networks.
Thank you very much for that.
Okay,
Mr. Ruppersberger.
Sure. First thing, I want to say that this is a bipartisan bill, that the Chairman and I have been working on this with our committees for over 1 year. There are a lot of issues involved, but the basic is what the Chairman said, is that this bill will give the authority for our intelligence community to give the malware, the data, to protect our citizens, our companies, and this is a first step. As Democrats, we were very focused on the issue of civil liberties. Right. There have been a lot of amendments and changes to the bill, even after our markup, and I want to thank the Chairman for keeping an open mind so that we could have a bill that would move forward to protect our country. People ask me what keeps you up at night when you have this job and you hear all the secret information. And I'll say real spicy food, number one, but more importantly, weapons of mass destruction and cyber attacks.
Well, you can give up spicy food.
Well, I can give up a lot more than spicy food, but I'm trying. I think if you look at some open hearings we've had, Director of FBI has said he feels this is probably the biggest threat that we have to our country in the future. Secretary Napolitano has said that. It's a very serious issue. Unfortunately, the public aren't aware of how serious these cyber attacks are. So we've come together for 1 year. We brought in the business community, civil liberties groups, the ACLU, attempting and listening to try to find a bill that would allow our government to protect our citizens and our businesses, and yet not infringing on our personal liberties. And we feel that that is what the bill has done. There are amendments here, even as we speak, that will come before the committee. We hope that will pass, and that both the Chairman and I have agreed to, and there are other amendments that you'll make a decision. So.
Well, thank you both very much for that, and I will say that I have closely followed the work, and I know that a wide range of committees have been involved in this, and I've been saying all along that that your work here is the core base of that, with the work that has been done by the other committees, and I will say that to you, Dutch, I'm a Republican, and I'm concerned about civil liberties. Okay, and so there's not one particular partisan corner on that issue, and Chairman Rogers has pointed to that as well. And the challenge that we have, and you both have outlined that, is to strike the balance, because we know that there, in light of the challenges that we've gone through over the last decade, unprecedented, likes of which we had never seen in our nation's history, it's created a challenge for us, a really tough one. And I was actually, day before yesterday, I was at Ground Zero in New York, thinking about the kind of attack that we went through 10 years ago. And then, as I have been away, I mean, I don't stay awake, but I will tell you, I do spend a lot of time thinking about the ramifications of a cyber attack on this country, and we all know how far-reaching it is. And I believe that this legislation does maintain civil liberties, the rights of civil libertarians and of the American people. I really do, as we look at the imperative to deal with the threat of an attack. And so I congratulate you, and I thank you for the dedication that you've shown over the past year to work in a bipartisan way to get to the point where we are right now. And I hope that we'll be able to see a huge bipartisan vote on this at the end of the day. I mean, I would like to think that this is an issue that could see us come together. We've been able to do that on a number of issues so far in this Congress. Doesn't get a lot of attention when we're able to do things in a bipartisan way, but I think that this is another example of something that we can work on. So thank you very much for that. Ms. Fox?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to say I agree with the comments that you've made and that the chairman and ranking member have made about the threat that we are facing with cybersecurity, with the need to improve our cybersecurity. And I especially appreciate your pointing out the many bipartisan bills that have passed that haven't gotten any attention. And I agree, I think this bill will get lots of bipartisan support. And I want to thank both of you, because I realize we're dealing with very sensitive issues here, and that you've had to work very hard to come up with a bill that will protect the privacy of people, individuals, as well as businesses and industries, and do what we need to do. So thank you both very much, and the members of your committee and your staff.
Yeah, thank you. I thank you for your work on this bill. I'm still trying to study all the implications of the bill. I mean, a lot of people some of the concerns I have is, what is the extent to which, what is the extent of the information that companies can pass on to government? How extensive can that be? What can government do with the information? Can they go after somebody for something that has nothing to do with, anything to do with cybersecurity or cyber intelligence sharing, and which agency will control all this information? Will it be a military agency? Will it be a civilian agency? So those are some of the concerns that I have. I also know that the administration has concerns. I just received, I haven't read the entire statement, but I'd like to have it put in the record, Statement of Administration Policy, which recommends that the President would veto the bill.
Without objection, the statement
and I would hope that, given the fact that people have concerns over civil liberties, and I think people who are very concerned about this issue of cybersecurity, we can have these discussions on civil liberties. I would hope that that this committee, the Rules Committee, would either provide an open rule or try to provide a form in which the the largest number of amendments could be considered. I think this is an important enough issue where we ought to be able to, let everybody be heard. And I know some of the issues may require germaneness waivers, which is not unique to this committee. But I would hope, in the spirit of trying to get as bipartisan support on this, that we would have the largest number of amendments made in order. I hope that's something that you guys would.
Gentlemen, yield.
Happy to yield.
I thank my friend for yielding. Let me just say that that Mr. Rubersberger talked about the desire to have a number of amendments that he and Mr. Rogers have worked on made in order, and he's indicated his support for that. And I know that Mr. Rogers, on this issue of civil liberties, juxtaposed to dealing with a cybersecurity threat, is something that he wanted to address as well. So I think.
I know Chairman, Ranking Member Thompson has an amendment that may require a waiver, a germaneness waiver, but I would hope that we had exercised as much flexibility in this committee to accommodate as many members as possible.
Thank you. Mr. Rogers.
And it's great that you have those questions. We asked ourselves the same questions. And that's where I think the product with the amendments that Mr. Ruppersberger and I, in conjunction with other members of the House and civil libertarian groups, civil liberties groups, excuse me, and privacy groups, we've had that outreach, and it has been very collaborative, because we too wanted to make sure that we got answers to those questions. And that's why we got to a place that didn't mandate sharing. It's all voluntary. A private sector doesn't have to produce anything if they don't want to. They don't even have to participate, which is why the private sector, especially the Internet folks, love this. There's no government mandate. We're not putting our finger in their business. They understand this is only about cyber threat information. And as to the veto, the good news is it's only by advisors to the President. It wasn't a presidential-issued veto threat. Number one, and it talks about what's not in the bill, and that's infrastructure, which isn't even a purview of the Intelligence Committee. There are other bills out there that are in Congress that would deal with the infrastructure issue that they're concerned about in the purview of the committees where it belongs. So I must admit, I scratch my head a little bit that they would say that there's something in the bill that's not there, therefore we're going to veto the bill for a issue that is not there, that is in another committee's purview. Really doesn't make much sense to me whatsoever. And the good news is, on other issues, the sanctions on Iran, the same group of advisors, I believe, are the same ones that said he should veto that bill. We were able to work through those things. We got strong sanctions on Iran, working through the process. So this is just, I think, them kicking up some dust, but as we have seen, the legislature works its way through this, and we think we can answer questions and get it to the place of the President.
Well, no, I appreciate that again, again, I hope that the Rules Committee will exercise maximum flexibility in making these amendments in order, even if that requires waiving some germaneness rules. And again, I'm still working these privacy issues out myself, so those are the questions I have, yeah, okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, sure.
I think the issues that you raised on privacy we addressed in the bill, and we haven't talked to you about them again, but where the information goes, how it's being protected, the fact that the military or the intelligence community is really not involved in the process, and the intelligence community giving the secret sauce, the malware, the bad information to the providers. The issues with the actual thing, we give it to them, and then they come back and ask the government itself. That's where a lot of the issues are. We address some of the things we talked about, but I would like to say a few things about the SAP. The first thing, the SAP mostly is focused on the lack of critical infrastructure protection. And that's not our jurisdiction, it's only security. I know there's some issues in that committee, a lot of people weren't happy as a result of what came out of that bill, but that's not our jurisdiction as far as that's concerned. It didn't consider changes we have made yesterday. We've been working up until yesterday, making changes, and I would like to make this one comment. We have been working for 1 year with all the civil liberties groups. In Intelligence, we have a lot of classified information. This was an open process. And the Center for Democracy and Technology, the CDT, made this statement yesterday. I think it's very important and relevant. And if I can quote it, some good progress has been made. Committee listened to our concerns and making good progress to improve this. The bill falls short because of the remaining concerns. We will not oppose the process moving forward in the House. We will focus on amendments in the Senate. And that's been a lot of work, and they gave out that statement yesterday. So we are involved. So very strongly, this is not a perfect bill, and there's a lot of the things that we're getting caught up in now, I think, which will eliminate security. We don't have to do this.
Thank you.
And let me just say before I call on Mr. Bishop that I'm in my 4th decade of dealing with statements of administration policy, and I will say as I look at the last sentence in this, it talks about the buzz line of senior advisors would recommend, which does not mean that the President would necessarily veto the bill. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Pollett.
Well, thank you, and I'll have an additional question. I first want to ask the Chair, I think that's the usual message. His senior advisors would recommend a veto of the bill. I mean, whenever there's a message of administrative policy, yeah, I'd be happy to yield, but we've got that several times in the past.
Gentlemen, when the statement of administration policy comes out and says, the president will veto, that's when you know it's a veto message, which is the case. And I can go back and show you Democrats and Republicans. That's the way it works. When it says that senior advisors recommend, that does not mean that the president will veto. Just thank my friend for yielding.
Yeah, and I'll see if we can dig up some more information on that, but this is the language that I recall seeing on other bills that the president has opposed. I don't, not that it's never occurred, it certainly could have occurred a few other times, but this is the typical language for a bill that the president sends when his administrative policy is vetoed. I do have questions for the witnesses, actually, for Mr. Ruppersberger and also Mr. Rogers. I want to address, it seems very unprecedented, and I'm skeptical of this approach, and I want you to justify kind of why we're doing this. We're normally, in these kinds of actions, we have a difference between the tools that law enforcement and information sharing domestically and internationally. That's why we have a CIA, an NSA versus an FBI, Department of Homeland Security. My fear with this bill is with regard to one particular type of threat, level of threat, but, you know, it's not any more or less of a threat than somebody detonating a bomb in one of our cities or various other forms of threats, where, again, we have one set of laws that affects that balances, you know, the rights of Americans on our soil and a different set of laws for what we can and can't do overseas. Why do we use agencies, in this case the NSA, which typically has an international mandate and is accustomed to operating under one set of transparency laws? Why do we give them, provide them this domestic information, and why can't we simply charge an agency that's familiar with that very delicate domestic balance, like the FBI or Department of Homeland Security, with this?
Well, first, that's a good question, because, and I'm glad we can clarify that question. The NSA does not deal domestically, but the NSA is the federal agency that deals with the summit operation, which means internationally protecting us, getting information through internets, through phone conversations, and working with our whole community in that regard. Now, the NSA, for years, by the way, were not on their game in this regard. We have been attacked for years ago. For instance, we know our Goddard Space Center was attacked by, we feel strongly, China, that we didn't have the information, we did not know they were attacking us. Now, we are now on our game. We're probably the best in the world in receiving and having the ability to see these attacks coming into our country. The NSA is the only federal organization that we have that actually sees that it's called malware. And when they're being attacked, they have developed the capabilities to see this coming in. Now, because of a 1947 law that the NSA is not allowed legally today to give that information to the providers. The providers are the AT&Ts and the Comcast and the Qwest. And all that what this bill is doing is saying, let NSA protect our country, let them give it to the providers, and then they can act upon it.
There's fundamental differences between domestic and international agencies. I believe, isn't the NSA's budget, like the CIA's budget, not disclosed as a basic example? Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And the FBI's budget is fully disclosed, right. The DHS's budget is fully disclosed, and budget transparency is just one example. There's a different level of accountability that agencies that operate domestically than covert agencies that operate with regard to our interests overseas, and obviously you're familiar with that from your committee work. And again, if we're giving the NSA broad new powers,
you're giving them no new powers in this bill.
Well, you're giving them the ability to share information domestically that they acquire through whatever means they acquire.
If we knew that Iran was sending an airplane over here with a bomb, we would stop it. This is all we're saying, is that right now we have the ability, NSA, to protect our military network. We don't have the ability to protect the rest of us. And all we're trying to do is to legally say NSA can give this information to the providers whose job it is to protect us.
With this new authority, shouldn't there also be that additional level of transparency, meaning budget, meaning oversight, that agencies that operate domestically entail? So, I mean, if we're charging an agency with this, it seems like if we're and we are shifting its authority, increasing its ability to operate in conjunction voluntarily, as you pointed out, with American companies and others with regard to threats, foreign and domestic, wouldn't there also be then, if we're moving in this direction with this agency, additional oversight? And likewise, if we want to have a fully covert agency, then this should be charged to someone else.
The purpose of the Intelligence Committee, why it was created, is because it's classified. It will not be our national interest to have this information go to the other side. And I think what's sad is that NSA already has the ability to receive and understand these attacks that are coming in, but they cannot, by a 1947 law, take this information and give it to the private sector. And that's all we're talking about. The NSA, we have made clear in the law, the NSA is not going to be voluntarily. They give the information. They're not asking for anything back. They're trying to protect our country. Do you have any comments, Mr.?
Yeah, we also worked out this issue. There's some language in the bill that Mr. King worked out originally, who is also on the Intelligence Committee and, as you know, the chair of the Homeland Security Committee, for information that flows that way. If there's a domestic issue, it will be passed to the FBI. But you have to remember the whole notion of this, and that's why the DNI is involved, is to provide a forum for classified sharing of cybersecurity information. If it is public, as you know, being in the business, it is very easy, and they are very good at being able to adjust that source code very quickly to get around filters. And so it has to be shared in a classified setting because you don't want the bad guys, the Chinese, the Russians, the Iranians, the North Koreans, to actually understand exactly what the private sector is getting in classified information. And again, all voluntary. This is all a completely voluntary system. And that's where we think the strength is. And the Homeland Security is going to be involved. Their CERT process will be involved. It's going to be involved. They're going to get that kinds of information. There'll still be jurisdiction from the Homeland Security Committee. So we feel we've addressed that issue within the guidelines of what we can do from the Intelligence Committee.
And I think there's, again, amendments that would clarify, and I certainly hope they're allowed in terms of direct information sharing between the private sector and the military. It seems to me that this, I know the word voluntary has been brought up a few times. It's not voluntary from the individuals whose privacy is affected. I mean, if we're talking about aggregate information about individuals, yes, it's voluntary for a company or repository of that and sharing it with the government. But in terms of the individual whose information it is, there is not consent or a warrant or any process for that. Is that correct? I mean, it's voluntary only from the company who has this information's perspective, not, let's say, the owner of the information, the owner of the personal information.
It's current with U.S. law. Businesses cooperate today. They can continue to do that. We didn't interfere with that portion of law. It works on the same basis, number one. And number two, we also encourage those businesses to minimize and anonymize the information not needed. We also added another protection, candidly, with the discussion with groups like CDT and others that said, listen, if it falls outside of that core issue, and remember, this is not a surveillance program. It doesn't do any of those things at all. It's about exchange of cybersecurity threat information. And so what we said is if it comes in and it doesn't meet the 5 core principles, which is cybersecurity, national security, harm of physical harm, if that may come across you would hope that the moral obligation would be to stop that. If it doesn't fit that category, the federal government now has to, A, destroy that information and take corrective action with the agency, or with the entity that submitted it. And again, this is all voluntary. They don't have to do any of it if they don't want to. They can go, it can be a one-way street. They can go and take that source, the malicious source code, apply it to their filter, and keep on trucking. There's nothing in there that prevents that.
Yeah, and obviously this type of effort has the best of intentions, and I hope that both of you are able to support, and that this committee allows some amendments that I think are consistent with the goal of the bill that would clarify how the information may be used. Will clarify exactly how on American soil the sharing can occur, in fact requiring it to go through a civilian agency familiar with the distinction between foreign and domestic.
And we understand that the NSA is an example. We don't want even the perception of the public that the military or NSA are in control of this. That's why Homeland Security is in the bill. And you said about people's being their private information. Sometimes that does come through, but the only reason a business or personal is because they're actually being attacked. That's the issue. And most of what these codes are zeros and ones and twos, and mostly numbers.
we have gone to great lengths to make sure we have in the bill, or we, as Democrats, would not have supported the bill. It's still controversial. The White House, the reason the White House is against it, because they want the Lieberman bill. The Lieberman bill isn't moving at this point. This is the only bill that is out there right now, and as we speak, we're being attacked.
Well, and as I know has been written about and clarified, there's obviously different kinds of attacks, and there is a subset of the attacks that are fundamentally military in nature, that are nation states that are engaged against us, and there's an appropriate role for the military. There are also attacks that come from domestic hackers, contrary to state, local, and federal law, that, again...
Spam, that's an example.
Spam is an attack which can be used deliberately, or even... That's right. It can also be an incidental attack, where the purpose is commercial, but it becomes an attack because of its volume. Or it can be used as a deliberate attack as well. Again, the areas that I worry about are the law that fits the definition in this bill. Because anything that occurs, FBI or domestic agencies, any way the intelligence community would be back in it if there was a technical issue that the providers need. There you go, but these all come down to technical issues. I mean, it's a big opening. I mean, there's an attack involving effectively our international espionage agency or international military affiliated agency with a domestic attack, because it all comes down to the technical issues around the fence. I mean, that's what they're doing.
That's not what you call cybercrime. I mean, you have, if we're being attacked by another country, our military is going to stand up and stop the attack.
As they should, yes.
Okay, all this bill does, and we've gotten, because it's the only bill out there, I think this is part of the problem, is, judiciary will eventually have a bill, so will Homeland Security. I think what's happening right now is that because we wanted to make it very simple, the 47 law says that the intelligence community cannot pass this information to protect us, and that was the key. But after we were going further down the road, we got into the civil liberties issue, which is a good thing. We worked with Adam Schiff, we were with Joe Schakowsky, we worked with other people on our side, and the chairman agreed to work with us on that. And we did put in a lot of amendments, and the bill has a lot of these safeguards that are in there. But let's make it clear that we understand the issue of civil liberties, that our government, the one entity who has the ability to give this information to protect us, can't do it now, and that's what we're attempting to do.
And I want to compliment both of you for having improved the bill from its original form. I think we
had some knockdown, drag-out battles, believe me, before.
I'm sure you did. I want to thank you for working with people on all sides to improve the bill. Again, I would hope that the House will be able to work its will on several amendments that I may feel improve the bill. You may or may not.
There's not a perfect bill. There are a lot of things that I would like in there, but that's not where we are now. We've come to what we feel is the best thing that we can do on our side, especially in the minority.
And I guess I'd ask Mr. Rogers, in what you're asking with the Rules Committee, are you encouraging us to allow the House to have a discussion and work its will on several of the important aspects of the bill that amendments have been proposed on?
I think you'll find you'll enjoy the amendments that are put out of the committee. For what those would look like, I think you'd have to ask the chair of the committee. But we've encouraged some amendments to be accepted, and we would hope, and I think some of those amendments, I know those amendments have been worked through with privacy groups and civil liberties groups for clarifying language, and we look forward to having those on the floor for debate.
And thank you. And again, particularly with the nature of your committee, it's difficult for those of us not on the committee to be involved. So we particularly appreciate this opportunity, through the Rules Committee and the floor to be able to imprint your work. But what I do appreciate you pulling in groups even when you had it in committee and
We've been doing that for 1 year.
Thank you. So I will yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Woodall, do you have questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to thank you all both, not only for the briefings that have been going on along this process to keep members informed, but for the accessibility your staff the efforts your staff has made to be accessible to members as they've tried to explore these questions, particularly coming out of our last SOPA and IP Connect internet experience. Folks are kind of sensitive about these issues, and you all have been bending over backwards to provide some of that information. I'm grateful. I think about the information I send into the IRS. I think about the information my folks send into Medicare and Medicaid, and I think about the protections that are in this bill to protect private information that's turned over to the government. you've created a cause of action in the bill, $1,000, I believe, a penalty that folks can recover, as well as actual damages if their information is intentionally or willfully released. Is that a typical standard for when the IRS releases information, when Medicare releases information, or is this a new and different standard above and beyond what is available anywhere else in the federal government?
We think it's consistent, number one, but number two, the issues of which you talk about this is not something that this would entail. If they're getting your IRS records and your Medicare records, something's horribly wrong. That's not what this is about. This is about cyber code information. So this is zeros and ones that translates into A's and B's and ones and twos at an incredibly fast pace. And some would argue it would have to happen on exchanging that information maybe as many as 100 million times a second if you're going to cover all of the networks with just, again, checking this malicious code. So there's been some argument about that, and and I understand your point, but I think it's important to clarify. If somebody sends in IRS tax information in this classified exchange, there's a procedure in this bill that they have to destroy that information and connect to that private entity. I'm not sure who that would be that would do that, but if that in fact happened, to offer that protection. And then we added another layer by having an IG audit every year to track all of those transactions to make sure that they're living up to the bill, which will then be reviewed for another set of protections by the relevant committees here in Congress. And then if all of that is found out and there is that violation determined, we think that's consistent.
I'm a supporter of the legislation because I believe it will encourage folks to participate voluntarily in that system. I worry about the burden that's on folks when they are being asked to participate. And so I can imagine H&R Block being hacked out there, new malicious code coming into H&R Block servers. They don't have the ability or the time to anonymize their data. They're completely protected from liability by this piece of legislation. They just take all their tax data for their 200 million customers and they hand it to the relevant federal agency. Then the agency has that information. They will destroy it as becomes necessary. But I'm thinking about that window of opportunity where we have insulated the private sector computer company from liability for giving that information away, but have not yet established liability for the federal government that has received it. It's in that window that someone leaves the disk on the airplane, somebody takes their laptop and drops it off at the Nationals game. Those stories that come out.
If they have a laptop outside of this space, they have committed a federal crime. If they take a CD out of this space, they have committed a federal crime. This is a classified setting that is designed for the exchange of cybersecurity information. So they would not be interested in receiving that data. You have to understand that. That is not in the interest of the folks who are trying to make sure that the networks are protected. There would be no benefit, no interest, no need to receive that volume of data from your case in H&R Block. That's not what it would be about. What they might do is take that one phishing email that got in and provide that types of information so that they could source it back and get it back to whoever the perpetrator is. And if there was some concern from the company, they don't have to do any of that. They can, as a matter of fact, their IT person, whatever the limit they feel comfortable with, walk in with just the source code and say, here's the source code, good luck. That's the benefit of this, and it's always upstream. So a company like H&R Block, the goal of this is to protect it upstream, never down at the company level. By the time it gets to H&R Block, that means it's been all through the network somewhere else, and the goal here is not to ever get that far down the pipeline.
Well, just to be clear, that I have an amendment that would change the willful and intentional standard down to a negligent standard, and CBO was looking at that to see if that would have a scoring implication, because if you have a negligent standard, certainly more lawsuits would hold. It might involve many more hours of federal attorneys working on these things if you were talking about a traditional federal bureaucratic structure. But what you're saying is the places that this information is traveling, it's already a felony to remove the information from there anyway. So to say that these folks are going to be any more burdened by a negligent standard than by a willful intentional standard, you're saying this information only sits in the hands of folks who make it their business not to make these kinds of mistakes, because when they make these kinds of mistakes, national security is at risk. I'm grateful to you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Mr. Nugent?
Just one question. Who, the criteria to be a recipient of this information, what's the criteria? I mean, what's the...
It is, in the bill, is determined by the Director of National Intelligence. And the Director has, the most resources to get people cleared. And the good news was we have examples of this already. So we have these public-private exchanges of very sensitive information in our national labs, as an example. So we have the profile of how to do this is there, and then the burden on for a company to obtain the classification. And with that would come a whole host of things. You'd have to be able to skiff certain information, be able to protect that information. All of that would be a part of their ability to even be eligible for qualifying, which is why we believe that smaller companies are not, they're just not going to have the capability to get it. So you want it upstream. You want it protected at the higher level. So your ISP provider, as an example, would likely be strongly interested in this. They probably, already have some kind of a SCIF and classified information sharing arrangement to some degree or another, and that's how that process would work. So we would be out of it. The DNI would make the determination of what that would look like and how that would actually go forward.
Well, obviously, we don't want that to float out too far because, like you said before, once our enemies find out how you're going to protect, then your protection is useless. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Scott? Mr. Webster? Oh. And we appreciate your presentation. I think everybody appreciates, again, the work that you've done on this. And we'll be hearing from the people who've proposed amendments to the bill. You all are welcome to stay or may leave.
If you're giving us permission to leave, Madam Chair, we may take you up on that.
I'm sure you can find good uses for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks to the committee members.
Yeah.
Let me see who we have. Congresswoman Schakowsky, Mr. Langevin. We'll take the members of the committee first, and then we'll take the other folks.
Wait, let me push this one this way. This way. This out of here.
As Chairman Dreyer always says, we are more than happy to put your prepared comments into the record. Please don't feel that you need to read them. But we are glad to have your summary of your amendments presented here. Ms. Schakowsky.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity. I do want to, I guess they're gone, but I also want to echo what you said to Mr. Ruppersberger and Mr. Rogers for their efforts to work with our concerns on this bill. But unfortunately, I do believe that it's currently written, the bill fails to adequately safeguard personal information of Americans from potential misuse. My amendment requires that, quote, reasonable efforts, unquote, be made to remove information unrelated to the cybersecurity threat that can be used to identify specific persons. I am proud to offer this amendment with the support of Congressman Benny Thompson and Congresswoman Loretta Sanchez. My language is substantially similar to the Lieberman-Feinstein proposal in the Senate and President Obama's, or the Obama administration's cyber proposal from May 2011. It does not change the definition of what cyber threat information can be shared with the government by private companies. Instead, it just requires that companies make a reasonable effort to remove identifying information unrelated to the cyber threat. The current standard in the bill is good faith. I also just wanted a quote from the White House's Statement of Administrative Policy, where they say, the bill also lacks sufficient limitations on the sharing of personally identifiable information between private entities, because they can share with other private entities, and does not contain adequate oversight or accountability measures necessary to ensure that the data is used only for appropriate purposes. In addition, my amendment allows companies the flexibility to respond to unique situations. I want to ensure that they are making every effort to safeguard against the misuse of information, but I understand that there may be urgent or emergency situations where companies have to take immediate action to prevent a catastrophic attack. That's why my amendment sets the relatively low standard of only requiring reasonable effort to remove sensitive information. And I do believe that that we need to work together, but I think this amendment is a critical step. And I'm also proud to co-sponsor an amendment which includes similar protections against the sharing of personal identifiable information introduced by my colleague on the Intelligence Committee, Congressman Schiff. And I would urge the committee to support the Schiff amendment as well. So that's my first one, setting a different standard for the sharing of information to protect private information. And I do have another. I don't know if you want me to go right into that or take questions on this.
Why don't you go ahead and present both of them,
Okay.
and then we'll do questions.
Okay, I'll do that. So the Second Amendment deals with another important civil liberties issue by ensuring that the U.S. military does not directly collect or receive cyber information on American citizens. This gets a bit to what you were suggesting, Mr. Polis. Loretta Sanchez is also co-sponsoring this amendment. The amendment states that companies can only report cyber threat information directly to civilian agencies, ensuring that the NSA and Department of Defense do not directly collect sensitive information on Americans. And this is in keeping with the long-held American tradition that the military does not operate on U.S. soil against U.S. citizens. And I believe that empowering the NSA or any other military agency to routinely collect sensitive information on Americans goes against this cornerstone of our democracy. But I also want to point out my amendment in no way precludes agencies, including the NSA, from receiving threat information once it's been routed through the civilian agencies. Nor does it mean that the military cannot provide support to government agencies and companies in addressing the cyber threat. It simply adds a layer of civilian protection between U.S. citizens and the military. The NSA will also continue to play a critical role in providing the private sector with cyber threat information. And again, I want to thank Mr. Rogers and Mr. Ruppersberger, who did work on this, but I think we need to go a step further. So those are my two amendments.
Thank you very much. Mr. Langevin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I first of all want to thank Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Ruppersberger for the outstanding job that they have done in trying to craft a well-thought-out information sharing bill. I've worked on cybersecurity for a long time now, and it's been one of my signature issues. And I realize the vulnerabilities we face, the challenges we face. And although this isn't a perfect bill, I think information sharing is a critical step forward in being able to better protect our cyber networks. I also want to recognize Ms. Schakowsky for her important work in being such a champion in protecting privacy and civil liberties. And this is another example of that. And in many ways, I share her sentiments. But I'm here today to talk, if I could, about two amendments before the committee today. As many of my colleagues know, I've spent a significant amount of time and energy on the issues of nation's cybersecurity over the past few years. And I work closely with many members who have walked the cyber legislation before the House this week. And I'm pleased that so many of the key issues on which I have focused are receiving the serious attention they demand. However, none of those bills adequately addresses what I believe are two serious needs. The first is the need to protect our critical infrastructure. With the untimely demise of Mr. Lundgren's original bipartisan PRECISE Act, which would have provided for key minimum standards while encouraging further actions, none of the legislation before the House this week directly addresses this vulnerability. So I'm pleased to be joining my colleagues, Mr. Thompson, Ms. Sanchez, and Mr. Hastings, in offering critical parts of that legislation as the Thompson Amendment number 23 to CISPA, and hope that you will rule it in order and allow the House to have a much-needed debate on the role of critical infrastructure protections in keeping our nation safe. The bill you're considering today creates a voluntary information sharing network which could provide owners and operators of critical infrastructure with valuable threat information that would help them to secure their networks from cyber attack. Unfortunately, CISPA specifies that it applies only to private sector entities and utilities. While utilities is defined extremely broadly in the legislation, the definition could exclude pieces of our critical infrastructure that have significant cyber vulnerabilities but may not be privately owned or be captured by the definition of this in this bill. My First Amendment, which I'm offering with my good friend Mr. Lundgren, is listed as number 34 and strikes the use of the word utilities and replaces it in each instance with the phrase critical infrastructure owners and operators. While it will not by itself provide the protections that I ultimately believe are necessary, this amendment is a germane, common sense, and bipartisan way to make the public more secure by ensuring that all sectors of our critical infrastructure are able to opt into this voluntary information sharing framework and thereby share and receive the valuable threat information that will be available under CISPA. It's a useful first step, and I'm thankful to Mr. Lundgren for joining me in this effort. My Second Amendment, number 35, which I'm offering with my good friend Mr. Connolly, would append to CISPA the text of the Watson-Langevin Amendment, which was passed by the House overwhelmingly as an amendment to the FY11 National Defense Authorization Act. The language would create a national office for cyberspace in the Executive Office of the President and codify multiple policy recommendations made by the Obama administration's 60-day cyberspace policy review, public-private sector working groups such as the CSIS Commission on Cybersecurity for the 44th Presidency, which I co-chaired, and also GAO for remedying security deficiencies throughout the federal government. In order for our government to have a well-coordinated response to cyber threats across federal agencies, all of these groups agree that the Executive Office of the President must have a central coordination role that includes budgetary authority. Our amendment would also give the Congress much-needed oversight, visibility on cyber in the federal government, and I hope that you will rule it in order so that the House has an opportunity once again to assert its leadership on this issue, and I'm thankful to Mr. Connolly for his partnership in this effort. With that, I just want to thank you for allowing me to testify this afternoon, and I'm sure you're happy to answer any questions that you may have about my amendments.
Thank you very much. Mr. Schiff has joined us, and we're asking the members of the Intelligence Committee to testify first or share. As Chairman Dreyer always says, your prepared comments will be put into the record, and we would invite you to make a brief summary of your comments on your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. There's broad consensus that increasing the sharing of cybersecurity information between government and the private sector is important. Sharing information about cyber threats in the form of data on new viruses, malware, security holes, infiltration techniques, and other types of cybersecurity information is a feature of all the cybersecurity proposal and is supported in a bipartisan way and by the White House. Cyber threats are not theoretical, they are real, and they're happening today. I share the view of the sponsors of this legislation that cybersecurity is a serious issue that requires congressional action, so I'm pleased that the House intends to act this week. I also appreciate the hard work of the Chairman and the Ranking Member on this bill. They've worked in a refreshingly bipartisan, indeed nonpartisan basis on this and on other issues in the Intelligence Committee
and I greatly appreciate that. I also appreciate that they made improvements to the bill throughout the process to try to address many of the concerns that have been raised about civil liberties. That said, I have remaining concerns on the issue of civil liberties and privacy that I think we should address, and that's what I've attempted to do in the form of the amendment I've submitted today, along with Representative Schakowsky and Representative Hastings. The amendment also responds to many of the concerns raised by the White House's Statement of Administrative Policy released today at 3 o'clock, saying that the President's senior advisors will recommend a veto of the bill in its current form. The amendment makes 4 changes to the bill. First, instead of instructing the DNI to issue rules and procedures to implement the bill, my amendment would give that task to the Secretary of Homeland Security. I share the view of the administration that a civilian agency like DHS is the appropriate lead for the cybersecurity effort, though the NSA and DoD also have important roles to play given their technical expertise. The second, it adopts language developed by Senator Feinstein requiring rules and regulations to minimize the disclosure, retention, and use of personally identifiable information. The amendment introduced by the chairman on this point makes important changes, but it still provides that the DNI may implement minimization procedures, not that it must. And I believe it's important for Congress to speak on this point, not only for this administration, but for future administrations. The right amount of personally identifiable information to be shared with the government is the least amount necessary to accomplish the cybersecurity goals the bill is designed for. Third, it inserts a new section limiting the uses of cybersecurity information. The government may use cybersecurity information. Thank you. I get very choked up on this topic. Thank you. Third, it inserts a new section limiting the uses of cybersecurity information. The government may use cybersecurity information garnered from the private sector only for the purposes of cybersecurity, with narrow exceptions for national security and law enforcement. Finally, the amendment adopts the definitions of cybersecurity information and cyber threat information from the Lieberman-Feinstein bill. I believe the clear and specific definitions are important for Congress to spell out, rather than leaving it to the intelligence community to determine what is important without a prescription from Congress. Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, I believe that my amendment would give the House the opportunity to vote on important changes on this bill, on making important changes to this bill to protect civil liberties and bring it closer to the vision of cybersecurity information shared by the administration and the bipartisan Senate bill. Once again, I want to thank Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Ruppersberger for all their good work on this bill. I appreciate your time and consideration, and I yield back.
I'm glad to know we're all unanimous in supporting the chairman and ranking member, obviously. Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Bishop, do you have any questions? Mr. McGovern?
No, I just want to thank you for your testimony. I hope that I'm certainly support making all your amendments in order.
Mr. Woodall?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to benefit from your big brains while we had you here, thinking about you all will have heard all the same testimony that the chairman and the ranking member will have heard, but you came to very different conclusions about the use of that information. Ms. Schakowsky, in your amendment to add the reasonable efforts to remove personally identifiable information, is that reasonable efforts by the private sector entity that is sharing the information, or reasonable efforts by the government entity that receives the information before it reshares?
This was really referring to the private companies that they have to. The other pieces of legislation, Lundgren and the Senate bills, have higher standards for the information for the companies and their sharing of information with each other and with the government.
And what do you attribute the base text difference to? Is it that folks feared that if the standard was higher, fewer companies would participate voluntarily? What was the give and take there?
That's exactly right. Yeah. And actually there was a struggle to just get the words good faith in the legislation. The companies didn't want that either. And remember, they are shielded from liability, except now for good faith, and I wanted to just slightly, I feel, raise the standard.
I thank you. Mr. Langevin, to your point about broadening the group to which this law will apply, what was the discussion in committee? Why limit it to private sector entities and utilities? Why not have a broader definition from the get-go?
Well, I think the committee believes that the word utilities is broad enough, it would be inclusive enough. And I would disagree. I would just, out of an abundance of caution, I'd rather see the term critical infrastructure. Therefore, if there's an entity, say in the financial sector, that wouldn't qualify under private sector or wouldn't come under the definition of utility, that therefore the entity in the financial sector would not be excluded from this act that would allow for information sharing. So it's out of an abundance of caution. It's the term critical infrastructure is more inclusive, and it goes to the heart of what we really need to work to protect.
There's generally a continuum of trade-offs in the case of Ms. Schakowsky's amendment. Perhaps the more we do to protect individuals, perhaps the higher burden it is on folks who share, and so they share less. Is there a continuum that requires a trade-off in the case of your broadened definition?
No, I don't think there's any trade-off. It's more of I'm making sure. I believe my definition is better than the definition in the bill, and after having been at this for several years, I think I have some credibility on this issue, and I'd rather see us be overly broad and making sure that an entity is not excluded from sharing information under the current definition.
I thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Will, may I respond to your question very briefly as well on the question of who should be responsible for the minimization? The approach that I've taken in my amendment is to allow the DHS, in consultation with NSA and other agencies in the private sector, to develop the policies and procedures to require that minimization. That might mean that some of the steps are taken by the government. The government imposed on itself the obligation to minimize. It may mean in other cases that in consultation with industry, it's decided it's more efficient for industry to take certain steps of minimization. My guess is, depending on the nature of the cyber threat information, it'll be more efficient for either the government or the private industry to take those steps. So I don't know that we want to set out it has to only be done by private industry or it has to only be done by the government, because it may make sense to share that responsibility.
I thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Poles.
can I also respond on the issue of critical infrastructure? We could be talking about water systems that may not fall under railroads, a lot of things that could really shut us down, but may not fall under utilities.
You're up.
Thank you. I had a question for Ms. Schakowsky. First of all, thank you for bringing forth these amendments. I hope that we allow them as well as for your vote in committee with even before the manager's amendment when this bill was even worse. My question is about the personally identifiable information, because a lot's been made of it being voluntary, sharing the information. And I want to clarify, in many cases, this personal information, the entity that's sharing it voluntarily might not even be the owner of this information. According to their terms of use, it could be somebody's personal information, it could be their medical details, it could be their credit card, and according to the terms of use that they've entered, that ownership remains subject to, the due process of law and somebody getting that information. And my concern, and I think you begin to address it, and my question is it enough vis-a-vis the reasonable efforts, or do your two amendments, as I believe, need to work in conjunction with one another? Because even though you have the reasonable efforts, you still have an agency that is not accustomed to, nor does it normally operate under American law, namely the NSA. So do you believe that your two amendments are needed in conjunction with one another, or do you believe that this reasonable effort piece has real meaning on its own?
I think it does have real meaning on its own. I mean, I know earlier you were saying that the voluntarism is on the part of the company, that, and we had considered the idea, should there be an opt-out for people who actually own the information. We decided not to go forward with that, just we decide to stick with this amendment. But I think it does create a higher standard for these companies, particularly because they're not just sharing this information back to the government once we give them the technology, the malware, but they could be sharing it with other companies. It's all voluntary on who they share it with. So I think it does stand alone. But I do think that my second amendment dealing with who gets the information is very, very important to make sure that a civilian, domestically oriented agency has the central role in collecting it.
And that's because of the balance our country has reached in areas of law when we have domestic enforcement agencies like the FBI, like local police, like DHS. They have certain rules they operate under, which may be different than the CIA and NSA. Is that kind of the purpose of making sure that this is more aligned with our American law enforcement?
Yes.
Yeah, and these are hard fought. These balances. I mean, we all care a lot about the rights of the accused. We also care about protecting people from harm, and I personally think American law enforcement itself has struck a reasonable balance, and I think it's very dangerous to go to, I don't want to say unaccountable, because obviously your committee holds these agencies accountable, but they are very secretive agencies that their budget is not transparent, they don't have the same type of congressional oversight and public oversight as other agencies, and though we all appreciate the services of you who serve on the committee, if there's an agency operating domestically, we should have different expectations, and your Amendment 19 would make that clear, and I hope that this committee makes it in order. And I'll yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Nugent. No questions. Mr. Scott? No questions. Mr. Webster? No questions. We thank you for presenting your amendments. Once again, all your written testimony will be in order. We would ask, I think we have 4 people who are yet to present amendments. Okay. If we can have you come to the table, perhaps bring a chair up here as well. Gentleman from South Carolina, gentleman from Mississippi, gentlelady from California, gentleman from Texas, if you'd all come up here. If you can grab, okay, and then, Joe, you can take minutes if you need to.
I'm afraid you're in trouble if I've got to take care of that, Mr.
Chairman. Let me just go from right to left here for the statements for your amendments. Mr. Chairman, are any of you on the committee?
Yeah, and he's the ranking member.
On the committee. Then I apologize. By all rights, you should be going first here. Mr. Thompson, if you would please, and then we'll go down the rest of the row, if that's okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the opportunity to present my amendments. I'm here to testify in support of what I consider 3 common sense amendments that I filed yesterday. 2 of my amendments address serious flaws in H.R. 3523. The third addresses a serious gap on the legislative agenda for Cybersecurity Week. I'm offering Thompson number 23 in an effort to provide the House with the opportunity to vote on critical infrastructure cybersecurity, an area identified by President Obama and current and former national security officials as needing urgent attention. Further, this amendment is in line with the recommendations of the Speaker's Cybersecurity Task Force for the 112th Congress. Specifically, it would direct DHS to conduct risk assessment of critical infrastructure, develop a list of best practices to mitigate those risks, and work within existing regulators to incorporate those best practices into existing regulatory frameworks as appropriate. I'm joined by Representative Jim Langevin, Loretta Sanchez, Alcee Hastings on this amendment. In order to minimize the impact on privacy and civil liberties, Thompson number 22 would direct the development of policies and procedures to safeguard the personally identifiable information shared with the federal government. This amendment, co-sponsored by my committee colleague Loretta Sanchez, as well as my colleagues from across the aisle, Ron Paul and Justin Amish, seeks to ensure that consumers would be protected under the information sharing framework created under this bill. My last amendment, Mr. Chair, Thompson number 21, will require that information shared by the private sector with the federal government is initially received through the Department of Homeland Security or another civilian agency like the Justice Department. I would note that this amendment would allow cyber threat information collected by the intelligence community to be shared with the private sector. At the same time, it would maintain the traditional divide between foreign intelligence operation and domestic security. It is co-sponsored by committee colleagues Loretta Sanchez and Yvette Clark, as well as Representative Paul, and two members of this panel, Representative Hastings and Polis. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I look forward to discussing the amendments.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We'll have questions for you in just a minute. Mr. Barton, if you'd like to go next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You bear a striking resemblance to Congressman Bishop, even though it says Mr. Dreyer there in front of your name tag.
Mr. Dreyer, I'll take that as an insult, but go ahead.
That's not true. It's very rare, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, that I've appeared before the Rules Committee. This is the first time in this Congress. I'm not a member that makes it a point to offer numerous amendments to bills that have cleared committees. But in this case, I think it's important, along with Mr. Markey of Massachusetts, he and I are co-chairman of the Privacy Caucus in the House. And I think, as you've seen this afternoon, just in the short time that I've been in the hearing room, a number of amendments have been offered concerning privacy protection. So on behalf of Mr. Markey and myself, we do offer a bipartisan amendment that is fairly straightforward, since the underlying bill doesn't even mention privacy at all, except in passing, that the Inspector General in their annual report shall make a report about any privacy invasion, if any, that occurs. We offer a modest addition to the bill. Number one, that after line, on page 6, after line 14, add the following language: shall include only the personal information of a consumer of a protected entity or self-protected entity if such personal information is necessary to specifically counter a cyber attack. So we're trying to explicitly put into the bill that private personal information shall only include that personal information if it's necessary to protect against a cyber attack. And then later on page 17, we do put in the definition of what personal information is, and it's the standard, your name, your address, your phone number, your Social Security number, driver's license number, things of this sort. So Mr. Markey and I are not at all opposed to the concept of the bill. We understand that we are facing an increased cyber threat from overseas and here domestically. We certainly support the underlying concept of the bill, but to have a bill that gives such access to the sharing of information without explicitly protecting the privacy, we think is not a good thing. And I will say this: I just attended 3 of my political conventions in my congressional district this past Saturday, and at 2 of the conventions, this is the activist Republican base in Texas, which is a fairly conservative state. I had different groups come to me specifically to ask about privacy protection in this bill. I think that shows the sensitivity of this issue, and so I would hope that the committee on a bipartisan basis could make the Barton-Markey amendment in order. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Bishop. On behalf of Chairman Dreyer, Ranking Member Slaughter, and other members of the Committee on Rules, I'm here to speak today in support of the Richardson Amendment to H.R. 3523, the Cyber Intelligence Sharing and Protection Act. The Richardson Amendment is needed because it simply ensures that owners and operators of critical infrastructure systems receive information about cyber threats. Our critical infrastructure sectors are targets for cyber attacks, and thefts. And we've learned from 9/11 that not having information and not sharing information or using that information can cause detrimental harm to us all. Examples of critical infrastructure include energy, banking, and finance, chemical, dams, nuclear plants, emergency services, agriculture, food, drinking water, water treatment facilities, telecommunications, transportation systems, and government facilities. Different federal government agencies have jurisdiction over the various critical infrastructure sectors. I have found that H.R. 3523 is currently drafted doesn't mention how critical infrastructure sectors that do not fall under the jurisdiction of government intelligence agencies will receive critical cyber threat information or have a system in place to share that information across different agencies. The Richardson Amendment simply ensures that our critical infrastructure sectors will not be left out of receiving information that could protect their systems against a terrorist attack. Now, I'm a 3-year member on the Homeland Security Committee, and I'm also a member on the Cyber Committee, the subcommittee. And so I hope that you'll take my suggestions and thoughts as you consider making this amendment in order. We need to ensure that the industries that are most at risk receive the information that they need. This amendment makes it explicit that critical infrastructure sectors be included in information sharing. With that, on behalf of Mr. Dreyer, Mr. Bishop, and the other members, I seek your approval of my amendment.
Thank you. Mr. Mulvaney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very briefly, I've submitted the comments for the record, but I'll deal with this in short order. The amendment is very simple. It's number 29. It's a 5-year sunset. It strikes me that just generally, sunsets can be good policy. They are especially good policy when we start to talk about things where the legislation that we're talking about passing could bump up against concerns dealing with civil liberties. And I think that they are especially important when we deal with legislation that deals with fast-moving technology. In fact, one of the reasons that we've heard, and I think rightly so out of the committee, that some of the language needs to be a little bit more broad than some folks are comfortable with, it's because that we need the flexibility to deal with changes in technology. It certainly would strike me then that in those circumstances a sunset provision would be even more appropriate than ordinary. I was hoping that Mr. Dreyer would stick around because I think he had the opportunity to make this exact same argument 10 years ago when the Patriot Act was first being discussed. In fact, he put it as well as anybody could. He said, I think this is a very, very helpful and positive step forward. I also happen to be a proponent of the sunset provisions. I am concerned about civil liberties for everyone, and I believe that it is important to note that some of these provisions may be unnecessary at another time in our nation's history. So I believe the agreement for this 4-year sunset is an appropriate one, and I congratulate my colleagues for coming to the compromise on it. And I think the exact same sentiment prevails here today, and I would ask that the committee hold it in order. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman Dreyer will be happy that he was quoted here, although I think the rule is you have to be dead 10 years before you're allowed to do that. Ms. Jackson. 10 years, he's just not dead yet. Okay. Ms. Jackson, if you can pull your chair up to the table, I think these are the last amendments we have. You recognize yours as well.
Thank you. I hate to have my back to, excuse me, sir. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I have 4 amendments, but what I would like to do for the committee is to briefly make the argument for 2 and probably surmise that there may be a question that would require a waiver of the points of order, but I will just simply say that I think all of us realize that infrastructure is extremely important and that this is a missing element of this bill. One of the amendments that I had was to ensure that there was an assessment of the critical infrastructure of transportation. I chair the Transportation, serve as a ranking member of the Transportation Security Committee, and offered this amendment in Homeland Security and frankly believe that we would be better if we also included infrastructure. That is one amendment, and I'd ask for waivers of any point of order. The other one dealt with training. The Director of National Intelligence and the Secretary of Homeland Security may establish a cyber intelligence domestic preparedness consortium. And I think it is important to engage our academic institutions that have expertise across this country to train our personnel in this area of the cybersecurity as it relates to the federal government and the work that they would be doing. And I would also ask that if there are any points of order, that we would be able to waive those points of order. I want to speak now to amendments number 11 and amendment number 17 very quickly, amendments that I hope you will make in order, both dealing with the question of privacy. My amendment would allow, amendment number 11 would allow the Department of Homeland Security to acquire, intercept, retain, use, and disclose communications and records that are transiting to or from or stored on federal systems as a result of this bill in order to protect federal systems from potential cybersecurity threats. It makes sense that the DHS should have authority to be aware of cyber threats. It is important that there are safeguards in place to make sure that the privacy rights of federal employees, but of Americans who use federal systems, are not violated. My amendment addresses those privacy concerns as it would require DHS to establish policies and procedures that would minimize the impact on privacy and civil liberties. Only individuals with specific authorization would have the access to any of the information acquired. DHS would disclose to private entities that the information that they share would be used for the purpose of protecting federal systems from cyber threats or for law enforcement purposes if it is determined that a crime has been committed. Let me acknowledge my ranking member who is here, who has been very astute on these issues, and as well my member who is here, Ms. Richardson, and other members from our committee recognize that this is being led by the Intelligence Committee, but obviously Homeland Security, with its subcommittee on cybersecurity and intelligence, is very involved. So I would ask the committee to support amendment number 11 submitted by Congresswoman Jackson Lee, third person. The other amendment is amendment number 17. It focuses on information, and it is an amendment that I think addresses the coordination between the Director of National Intelligence and the Secretary of Homeland Security when sharing information. It seeks to promote enhanced protection and counsel the companies and government intelligence officials sharing information with overseas affiliates. It is not uncommon for a company to be based in the United States but have subsidiary affiliates, joint ventures, and other business arrangements, all sharing information. My amendment would require or requires coordination between the relevant agencies when working across this vast sphere of information, much of which is crossing international borders in a nanosecond. Even with the amendments accepted by the Intelligence Committee at markup and the amendments now being considered here this afternoon, CISPA without very dedicated rulemaking and pinpoint regulations is the kind of legislation which opens up a new frontier in our intelligence operations. And as a practical matter, even its most ardent supporters really don't know how it will play out in practice. So I would encourage the support of amendments 11 and 17 by myself as really firewalls, protection for the privacy of Americans. Finally, let me say the bill would not limit the companies to sharing only technical, the amendment would not limit the companies to sharing only technical, non-personal data. Instead, it would give the companies discretion to decide the type and amount of information to turn over to the government and permit them to share the information with the government agency working with them, including military agencies like the NSA. Most of us have spoken to the issue of privacy, but by the committees that are before you, Intelligence and Homeland Security, among others, we are aware of the need to secure this nation. We want to do it in a manner that, again, recognizes our constitutional premise, that we are a nation that believes in the protection of American citizens, particularly with our recognition and respect for the Fourth Amendment. I ask my colleagues to support, on the Rules Committee, to support amendments number 11 and 17. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We appreciate your oral testimony, and as always, if I did not say that earlier, any written testimony you have will obviously be added to the record. Mr. Whittle, do you have questions of these witnesses for their amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I just asked of Ms. Richardson, Mr. Langevin testified earlier about expanding the definition of utility. Does your amendment deal with that same issue, or is your amendment not who we're collecting information from, it's who we're passing results back to?
Thank you, sir. That's an excellent clarifying question. My amendment has to do with who will be receiving the information, and that that a system be created to at least communicate to them. I'm not opposed to expanding within utilities who would be included, but the key point I'm trying to make is right now the current bill doesn't allow for those various groups, and then the process of how we'll communicate to them.
I thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. McGovern,
I support your amendments and making the necessary waivers in order to be able to make sure you can offer those amendments. And I too am very concerned about the privacy aspects of this bill. So I look forward to hopefully having a wide-ranging debate on the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Nugent. I have no questions. Mr. Polis.
Again, I thank the people for, I thank the gentlemen and the gentleladies for introducing these amendments. I hope that we can make them all in order, in particular because of the nature of the Intelligence Committee. I think it's particularly important for Congress to exercise its oversight function on issues of this importance and have the House floor fully consider these issues, and your thoughtful amendments will hopefully be allowed and will be considered on the floor, and I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Scott. Mr. Webster. We once again appreciate your willingness to come up here and present the amendments. Thank you very much. At this time, as if you hadn't guessed, we're going to recess for a while. There may be some additional items put on the agenda before we actually come back here. And with that, we'll be in recess subject to the call of the chair.
The Rules Committee will reconvene. We are here for further consideration of the Cyber Intelligence Sharing and Protection Act, and under emergency status, we are here for consideration of the Interest Rate Reduction Act, and we're very happy to welcome my good friend from Illinois, Ms. Biggert, and thank you very much for being with us. Please join us at the table here, and yes, and let me say that we welcome your summary. I'll just briefly explain why it is that we are here. We all know that we're dealing with the threat of an increase in interest rates for those for higher who are students, and for that reason, as we look at overall comprehensive reform, which is a priority, I personally believe that establishing variable rate would, somebody was telling me earlier, have us at about a 2.4% rate today if we had done that. That, I think, is a long-term solution. We need to see the committee work on that, make that happen. But in light of the fact that both the President of the United States and our presumptive nominee have come together in a bipartisan way, recognizing the necessity to address this issue, we feel strongly about moving as expeditiously as possible so that the uncertainty does not exist for those young students that we have out there. And see that we've also been joined by Mr. Tierney. Please join us at the table here, Mr. Tierney. And so without objection, any prepared statement that either of you have will appear in the record in its entirety, and we'd welcome your summary. Ms. Biggert.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I guess is Mrs. Slaughter still?
Mrs. Slaughter broke her leg.
I understand.
And
So
I've actually been
back.
trying to reach her. I've called her several times, and I've not talked to her yet. I've placed 4 telephone calls to her, and I'm hoping to be able to talk to her at some point to wish her well.
Right.
I've done
I know
so
that-
publicly here, and we've not heard.
I know that this happened during our last
Right.
break, so
Right.
it's been quite a while.
Right.
So I hope everything
Right.
is fine.
So we certainly wish her well.
Yeah. Well, Chairman Dreyer, thank you for holding this meeting to mark up legislation that I've introduced to protect, I think, millions of low-income students from encountering an interest rate spike on subsidized Stafford loans effective January 1st of this year. I think, pardon? I think I said, what did I say, July 1st? Oh, no, July 1st, sorry, effective July 1st of this year. I think that I've introduced this legislation which will avert the pending increase in the interest rates for college loans and provide financial certainty for today's students without adding to the deficit or raising taxes on their potential employers, as others have proposed. As opposed to creating artificial savings to pay for a new health care entitlement through a government takeover of the student loan industry, this legislation represents an opportunity for Congress to reclaim a portion of the Affordable Health Care Law in order to grant relief to low-income college graduates to help them realize a brighter future. This is, for those students who are low income, who the Stafford loan. So it's not a lot of money that they're paying, but to have their rates go from on July 1st, when the interest rates on these subsidized Stafford loans would jump from 3.4% to 6.8%. So I think that we want to make sure that these students really have the opportunity for a quality education, and that it's not increased. As we know, the high cost of college these days has gone up and up, and we think
Absolutely.
that we want
Thank
this
you.
to stay at a level that they can afford.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Mr. Tierney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. Mr. Chairman, I ask that the substitute amendment be allowed to be considered on the floor, as well as the bill that's being presented by Ms. Biggert. I think this is about choices. I think, frankly, the American public ought to see what the choices are made. We're thrilled that your party has come along now and decided that they, too, think it's important that the student interest rates not go up and double at this point in time. I think we just have some choices to make here. Apparently, the bill that's been filed on the Republican side is going after prevention and public health monies to prevent chronic and disease and illnesses. I think that's important. I think particularly this year where the President was targeting those funds or requesting that the funds be targeted to childhood immunizations, various cancer control programs, including breast and cervical cancer screening for women and birth defects, that the public is going to be surprised that this is where the choice was made. On the other hand, our bill, as filed, would have the offset be the tax breaks for oil companies, who last year made $4.7 million every single hour and pocketed that, over $80 billion in profits. And I think that doing away with the loophole is, in order to make sure that we take care of students and give them the interest rate that's fair and allows families to be able to access and afford college, makes far more sense than doing away with an important prevention fund that Congress does actually have the right and does control, and it deals with programs, again, childhood immunizations, women's cervical cancer and breast and cervical cancer and birth defects. So I think that we've sort of thrown out the rules here a little bit about the procedure that we're working on today. I hope that this committee will fashion a rule that allows both alternatives to be considered on the floor so the American public can see the debate and see what choices are being made.
Well, thank you very much for that, Mr. Tierney. Thanks to you both for being here. Let me say that we, of course, will not waive the 3-day layover requirement. We will not vote on this measure before Friday. We know about the urgency. We've seen action in the Senate, and we believe that trying to ensure that we come to a bicameral agreement is an important thing. And again, in light of the fact that this is a very bipartisan request, I hope that we'll be able to move as quickly as possible. So I have no questions. We know what this is. We know why it is that we're doing it. I think that we all can agree, as I said earlier before you came in, Mr. Tierney, about the imperative for a long-term reform of this process. And I think that variable rates that will ensure that we would have a lower rate of interest for these students would provide the rate today at about something like 2.4%. I think that would be the way for us to go, and I hope that we can. So I have no questions. Just thank you very much for being here, and we'll hope we can move this as quickly as possible. Ms. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't belabor the issue too long, but I do think it's probably useful for us to remember our history a little bit on why we find ourselves in this situation. Our colleagues on the other side of the aisle made a campaign promise back in 2006 that they were going to have the rates on student loans, and when they got in control of the Congress, both houses, they realized that they simply could not do it because of the amount of money that was involved. And so what they did was they went to a small subset of the loans and reduced the rate. Republicans at the time said we should go to the variable rate situation and said this was going to be a problem that was going to come back to have to be dealt with. And that has come true. I think it's unfortunate in many ways that that some people have used this issue to sort of distract people or try to distract people from the failures of this administration in terms of the economy and the fact that so few students who are graduating from college now can get jobs. Half of them can't get jobs, and that's because of the failure of this administration. And it's truly unfortunate. And I think Mr. Tierney's right. We are constantly making choices. The choice was made to do this to begin with and creating a cliff, if you will, on this situation. The President didn't have anything in his budget on this issue. The President didn't make any proposals, but the President continues to criticize us and ask us to clean up the messes that have been created. So I do think it's important that we recognize how we got to where we got. And I appreciate Ms. Biggert's work on this and look forward to working with her long-term on solving the problem. Again, you're right. This is a long-term issue that needs to be dealt with. The cost of college needs to be dealt with. The need for transparency in college costs needs to be dealt with. So this is a much bigger issue, but is something that needs to be dealt with now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I get to the witnesses, I do have a question for the Chair. The Chair mentioned that the 3-day rule would not be waived. And I just want, I think it might have been explained before, but I'm just having trouble with the math of today being Wednesday, Friday. If the Chair could just walk me through how Wednesday to Friday is 3 days.
Today is Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Tomorrow is Thursday.
Okay.
Friday is Friday. 1, 2, 3.
So it's not the
So we're
days
not-
in between. It's not the 1 day in between. It's
No, it's
it's including the day that it's on
3 days,
here.
yes.
Okay.
Today is 1.
Okay.
Tomorrow is 2, and Friday is 3.
So the bill having arrived here at 6:30. So those 6.5 hours are 1 day.
Right.
And then the 24 hours.
Correct.
And then the 10 hours.
That's
or
why it's
11
called the
hours.
3-day
Okay.
layover requirement.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I thank the Chair for explaining the math. I always have difficulty with that. I want to ask Mrs. Biggert, when did you introduce this bill, Mrs. Biggert?
Today.
Today. I guess I want to ask some advice. I'm a junior member. I've been here 3 years, and I have a lot of great ideas for the country, cutting the corporate tax rate, funding it by eliminating loopholes, balancing the deficit. Even on student loans, I agree with the Chairman's remarks about pegging it to inflation. It's very dangerous not to, quite frankly, because you can have inflation at any number. So I'd like, advice from you, a more senior member, about how you were effective in introducing a bill, taking it out of the committee of jurisdiction, getting it right to rules and right to the floor. How are you able to accomplish that for those of us who also have great ideas we want to bring forward?
Well, maybe senior status has its perks, but I won't say that that's necessarily so in this case. I think the reason that we're coming forward with this in the emergency is that obviously the administration has been concerned with the same thing that we are concerned, that it's going to raise interest rates by July 1st, so we don't have too much time. The administration has come forward with a plan I think that we're very concerned with in the paper for that, and that is that wants to use the S corporations to their pass-through income to fund this $6 billion that it will take. And I think that, as you know, we on our side of the aisle have really been working to have the economic growth, and small businesses are the engine of that. And to take again away money, it's like the tax cut extenders that we have been so careful that we really need to do that so that we have the small business have the opportunity to to grow and to have more.
So if I too have an idea for small business, then maybe I can bypass the committee jurisdiction, come right to rules, schedule the floor. I thank the gentlelady for her advice on that matter. I'll be happy to yield to the Chair. I have a few additional questions.
Let me just say that...
Also, senior member, I appreciate his advice as well.
Yeah, I've been around the track a few times, and I will tell you that we are here because of the urgency that exists on this particular issue, as Ms. Biggert has just said. We have both the President of the United States and the presumptive Republican nominee who have said this, so we want to be very transparent about it. And we also have a pressing need. So there is bipartisanship in this quest to ensure that these young people don't face what would be a nearly doubling of the interest rate as they deal with the challenge of completing their education and having to pay for it. And so, I mean, to say that this is not the norm, this is an exception because of these extraordinary circumstances, and with this July 1st deadline, as Ms. Biggert has just said, we're in a position where we need to, the Senate has done what it's doing and funded in a different way, and so we just want to move on this. So if the gentleman has a very important small business proposal that he thinks is so important that we've got a date certain that the small business sector of the economy is going to collapse if the Polis proposal is not considered, I certainly am willing to take a look at it and see if we can move expeditiously on it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That must be why it's called the All-Powerful Rules Committee, Mr. Chairman. Mrs. Biggert, so is this a new deadline, or were you aware of the July deadline before the President informed the public of it in a speech?
I don't recall.
Okay. Again, I guess my question is, normally we have a process where amendments can be offered in committee, bills can be brought forth and discussed and debated in committee. It's a committee that I used to serve on with you last session, both of you, during my first 2 years, and hope to return to someday. And it's an important part of the work of that committee. And if this is a deadline that was people were aware of,
This has been in the law since under the statute in 2007.
So I mean, why has there not been, and maybe I can ask Mr. Tierney his take on this too, why has there not been the opportunity to go through a regular order on a bill? And I know you just introduced this yesterday, so you're maybe not the person to ask, but why was there nothing introduced a month ago, or why is there nothing marked up? Mr. Tierney.
As much as I appreciate Ms. Fox's revision of history, I can go back a little further. And when Republicans were in the majority, they set the interest rate at 6.8% in 2005. When the Democrats got the majority, we reversed that and put it down to half of that amount on the need-based loans on that basis, and we paid for it. And now going forward, it's been obvious to many people that it would, without further action, expire at the end of June. We obviously thought that this is something everybody would agree on, that it should not expire, that there was no reason to put families and students in that. Of course, if you look back at the presumptive nominees' earlier comments on education and other comments of some of our colleagues on the other side, they clearly didn't agree with us. And it was we had that full realization that there was no intention on their part to do this, that we started to understand that we were going to have to take an action and do it. The President, I think, understood and went out and made sure that people were clear that how could you not be for this. And finally, it came around, people decided maybe they couldn't be for it because the public was obviously very upset about it. And so our presumptive nominee, it's not uncommon for him, had a change of heart and change of mind, and as did others apparently, and came forward. And so we presented our bill. Subsequently, our colleagues presented their bill. And the difference here is that we have different choices to make. We would not go after children and women on those issues in preventative care. We think that the oil companies, and certainly a tax loophole closing there, would be the fairer way and the better way to do it, and I think that's why we need to have this debate.
And, I mean, Mr. Tierney, in regular order, of course, there could have been a Democratic amendment in committee, there could have been a Republican proposal, and one or the other would have passed. There could have been other members that had ideas outside of their party. But is it correct in saying there's actually been no opportunities to amend this bill?
Well, there have been no opportunities at all. As I say, once we realized that people weren't going to do it, we started to get ready to file our bills, and then, of course, the other bill was filed as well. But there's been no opportunity to go before the committee and have this debate and discussion.
And I do hope, and I will be moving, therefore, that our committee advances to the floor under an open rule to allow for members who've only had perhaps an hour or two to look at this bill, and appreciate it being a short bill. I know there's some discussions about bills being short and easy to read. It certainly is, but even so, I would hope that members have at least a few hours to come forth with amendments. If we can advance it to the floor under an open rule, we will at least be able to take it into the committee of the whole, since the committee of jurisdiction didn't have an opportunity to have done this. And I hope that regular order is important in this body. I know our chair considers himself an institutionalist, and when we see these looming deadlines arising, it would be nice to have the foresight to have bills go through regular order. And I hope that that can be conveyed to the ranking member as well, that if there are other deadlines approaching in the area of jurisdiction of the committee, that bills can be brought forth in a timely fashion, that the minority, win or lose, would have opportunity to amend them in committee, as would the majority. And I'm hopeful that in this case, at least, members of the House will have the opportunity to do that on the floor of the House.
If I might,
Ms. Bigger.
just to say that certainly the other side of the aisle has had the opportunity to do this too, particularly when they had when they were in charge. I don't want to, but I don't really want to, say back and forth. I think that it's come up now, regardless of who did what when. But we do need to fix it. And the problem that we've had is how not so much to fix this, but how to find an offset for it. And that's the problem, unfortunately, that we're really talking about. But just let me finish, and I think that...
I saw the time, Mr. Tierney, so I'll give you some after Mrs. Biggert.
Well, go ahead.
Continue.
No, I'm sorry. I thought you were winding down on that.
No.
I just want to make the point. We did. Mr. Miller, Mr. Hinojosa did bring this matter to Chairman Klein months ago and asked for urgent action on it. So it wasn't a case of of the minority not understanding that this was an issue on that. Months ago, they went to the chairman and asked that this matter be addressed, and that was when it was starting to become clear to us that the majority at that time had no intention of doing something that they now claim everybody agrees on. And we're glad that they come around to that position, but that's why we got caught short.
Yeah, no doubt, and I represent one of our institutions of higher education in University of Colorado Boulder, and I think everybody can be glad that the urgency of dealing with student loan interest rates is now appreciated by both parties. But again, with little foresight, this deadline was in the statute. It should have been widely known by the majority staff on the committee as well. And again, ultimately, the committee had to be bypassed to bring something to the floor in a timely fashion. And again, I compliment the gentlelady from Illinois on successfully, or almost successfully here, we're in the final stages, getting a bill to the floor here in amazing time. And I do hope to call upon our chair when I have some excellent ideas for small business to similarly advance them to the floor.
Yeah.
And
If I might just say, I know that this, the student loan has been in the forefront, and we have an excellent chairman of the higher ed committee this year who has, we've talked about it a lot in the committee. I think that sometimes we were looking more at the 30,000, how we're really going to fix all of the student loans so that we have kids that are going to be able to not be so in debt when they get out of school, that maybe didn't get to the nitty gritty of it in time, and so
and this deadline, obviously a big part of that, the difference in the interest rates, the 6.8, 3.4, it's a big difference for middle class families. And with that, I'll be happy to yield back to the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My recollection is when I took out my student loans back then, I was paying 7.5. That was in the middle of the last recession we had there in the early 90s, realizing now it's even tougher for kids coming out of school to find jobs. I read yesterday 1 out of 2 new graduates are having a tough time finding jobs. What are we doing with this bill? Is this a reaction to the difficult employment status of these kids who have borrowed the money and are coming out of school? Or is this a permanent policy that says students should have access to below market interest rates to fund education?
If you're asking, I'm still not certain what loans you had, what the category of student loan was. It is need-based Stafford loan?
That's right.
So for people in this situation like that, generally the cost of education has risen considerably. Even the public higher education costs have gone up as states have defunded their contribution to it. So in 2007, it was an effort to make it more affordable and more accessible to students, particularly in the need-based students on that, many of whom went to public higher education institutions. And part of that was also the maintenance of effort provision that was put in there to say that if the federal government is going to be doing its share and families are going to be doing their share, then we expected states to not decrease their contribution on that, but to stay in the game and move forward on that basis. So affordability and accessibility were the primary concerns.
And under the 2007 statute, this was interest rate for the subsidized Stafford loans, and it depends really whether you were considered as having a subsidy or whether you were had a higher income level.
I was from the subsidized side of the tracks, and I was grateful for it. 7.5, I guess, would have been the subsidized rate at that.
Well, we're really glad that you got the great education, and here you are in Congress.
And how do we?
I hope you've paid off your loans.
I don't. I certainly don't question any member of the committee's commitment to our young people and commitment to developing the best workforce in the world. Though I read story after story of folks who graduated from college with $250,000 in loans, who have no idea how they're going to pay that money back. I had dinner the other night with some folks at a for-profit college in my area. They said, Rob, the federal law today will not allow us to discourage people from taking loan and public aid. We are required to tell them everything that's available to them. And it doesn't matter if school only is going to cost $5,000. If they can access 17, guess what? They're young people and they want the entire 17, even though they're going to have to pay that.
Will the gentleman yield for a moment?
Back, I'd be happy to yield to my friend.
I also want to point out there's, and I hope that they pointed out this, they might have neglected to mention that dinner with you, but there's certainly no one that's forcing them to take government money or government loans. They're welcome to do whatever they want with regard to commercial loans or people who are paying for their own tuition. So, I mean, this is a program that is not in any way being forced on any institution of higher education, and I'll yield back to the gentleman.
Oh, I have no doubt. There's no one is forcing children to take out loans they cannot afford. What folks are doing is subsidizing children to take out loans they can't afford. I didn't need all the money I got. I'll confess to you. You gave me more than I needed Neither of you were here in those days. But you gave me more than I needed. I thought I was a rock star. Thought I'd hit the lottery with all the student loan money that was coming down the pipe. Again, I don't question the commitment that folks have to our young people in higher education. I question when have we done too much such that we're burdening them on the backside? I'd be happy to.
I think you're talking about some anecdotal situations. I have a number of universities and colleges in New England, the only member from New England on that committee, and I talk regularly to them. I don't find a lot of people getting loans they don't need. I find a lot of students working and getting whatever aid they can, and then ending up they have to take loans. Nobody tells the president or admissions people at a college that they have to go out and look for students to start forcing loans on them and telling those. If a student comes in and asks what their aid is available to them, then yes, they have to tell them what aid is available to them. But the students that I talk to are working a couple of jobs, finding that still leaves them in a position where they oftentimes end up taking loans and they come out with a considerable burden. We tried in the 2007 law to start working on ways to try to keep down. We work with Buck McKean, who was very focused on this issue. I worked long and hard with him about transparency, making people put on the internet what their costs were, trying to keep their cost increases below the cost of a higher education index on that, trying to find, in fact, we had quite a debate in the conference committee about what would be the right carrot stick approach to get universities to keep their prices down on that. But I know Buck, for one, has long been involved in that, and we worked together and came up with a start, I think, of some way to try to keep those costs down.
One of the things that I do is I chair a caucus on financial literacy and education. And I think this is so important that we do reach students when they're in high school or whenever to have the ability to make the decisions and to make the wise decisions and what they should be doing as far as these loans. And I think that we just had a fair here last week over in the Senate side. Next year it will be on the House side, but it's Mr. Hinojosa and I have chaired this since the beginning. We started out with really the agencies in the government, and then have really worked with a lot of the private sector to make sure that we can get those young people to really realize what they're getting into and to make the best choice in how they're going to go to school, how they're going to pay those loans. And the other thing that our education committee works on is how are we going to make sure that when we can provide the Pell Grant or the Stafford loans or anything, that the colleges don't keep moving up their tuition costs, so that the kids are still going to have to every year pay more and be more in debt.
It is not lost on me that the two areas of our economy with the highest inflation these days are the two areas of our economy in which the federal government provides the most payments, our health care system and our education system. And I can't help but feel that either the subsidies are chasing that high inflation or the high inflation is chasing a system of subsidies.
Well, except I think that there's some empirical evidence contrary to that notion, and that is that when the economy during the 2000s was going down, the cost was still going up.
I thank both the witnesses, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Scott, Webster, thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll conclude the hearing for this will be the rule, and the chair will be in receipt of a motion.
You need a pencil?
Gentleman from Grandfather Community.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee grant H.R. 3523, the Cyber Intelligence Sharing and Protection Act of 2011, a structured rule. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule makes an order as original text for purposes of amendment, the amendment in the nature of a substitute, consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 112-20, and provides that it shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against the amendment in the nature of a substitute. The rule makes an order only those amendments printed in the Rules Committee report. Each such amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, shall not be subject to demand for division of the question. The rule waives all points of order against the amendments printed in the report. The rule provides one motion to recommit with or without instructions. Section 2 of the resolution provides that it shall be in order at any time during the legislative day of April 27, 2012, for the Speaker to entertain motions that the House suspend the rules as though under Clause 1 of Rule 15 relating to the following measures: H.R. 2096, the Cybersecurity Enhancement Act of 2011, H.R. 3834, the Advancing America's Networking and Information Technology Research and Development Act of 2012, and H.R. 4257, the Federal Information Security Amendments Act of 2012. Section 3 of the resolution provides for consideration of H.R. 4628, the Interest Rate Reduction Act, under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill and provides that it shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill. The rule provides one motion to recommit. Finally, Section 4 of the resolution provides that the Committee on Appropriations may, at any time before 6 p.m. on Wednesday, May 2, 2012, file privileged reports to accompany measures making appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2013.
You've heard the motion of the gentlewoman from Grandfather Committee. Let me just explain the rule to our colleagues. We have a structured rule for consideration of the cybersecurity measure and a closed rule for the student loan measure. On the cybersecurity bill, we make a wide range of amendments in order, 16 amendments. We have 4 bipartisan amendments that are made in order, 4 Democratic amendments, and 8 Republican amendments that are made in order. We also provide for the ability for the House to, under suspension of the rules, consider 3 other measures relating to cybersecurity under suspension, as I said, on Thursday and or Friday of this week. And we also, because the House will not be in session next week, will allow the Appropriations Committee to file the 2 bills that they have been working on. I know they had a markup that I had a report on earlier today, and so we want to ensure that we can move ahead with the very important work on appropriations. And so this rule will allow them to file those appropriations bills in the House. And let me just also say, again, I recognize that we are moving with a closed rule on consideration of the student loan measure because, and I know that fingers can be pointed all around, we are where we are. We want to make sure we take this action so that students don't see a nearly doubling of their rate. And I think that we'll have a chance to debate this on the House floor. Mr. Polis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee grant H.R. 3523 and H.R. 4628 in open rule so that all members have the opportunity to amend the bills on the floor.
Thank you very much. You've heard the motion.
I can be recognized. Can I be recognized on that for a moment?
We heard your arguments earlier, but you're welcome to make them again.
Oh, well, I mean, if I've convinced the chair to
I heard your arguments
rule.
earlier, and I'm certainly happy to listen to them again.
I just, again, I think there's a lot of interest in this body on with regard to striking the right balance between cyber security and privacy. And certainly the House has not had any opportunity through committee or anywhere else to amend the student loan bill. So I hope the chair was swayed by my arguments and will support my measure for an open rule, and I'll yield back.
I encourage a no vote on the Polis amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. And the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it.
Mr. Chairman?
Clerk, would like, yes.
I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the amendment in block by Mr. Benny Thompson, myself, Alcee Hastings, and others, number 21 to H.R. 3523. The amendment by Representative Lofgren and myself and Ron Paul, number 25. The amendment by Ms. Schakowsky, number 19. And the amendment by Mr. Benny Thompson, Alcee Hastings, and others, number 23. And if I may, Mr. Chair, these amendments will ensure the House can work its will with regard to striking the balance between our privacy and civil liberties while also helping to keep America safe from cyber attack.
Well, I appreciate the arguments, and I share those goals, and I happen to believe, based on the testimony that was provided by both the chair and the ranking Democratic member of the committee, that that's exactly what this achieves based on the amendments that have been made in order, which we worked on with them. And so we share the same goal, and we believe that we're going to be able to get there with the structure that we have in place. Vote occurs on the Polis amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The chair, the noes have it. The noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I have one additional amendment.
Gentleman from Colorado.
I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the amendment to H.R. 4628 by Mr. Tierney, number one, which would keep student loan interest rates from doubling, pay for it by ending tax breaks for big oil companies, and also reduce the deficit by $7 billion.
Thanks. You've heard the gentleman's motion. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The chair, the noes have it. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to. Further amendments? If not, the vote occurs on the motion of the gentleman from Grandfather Committee. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motion is agreed to. And Mr. Nugent will be managing this rule for the majority, and Mr. Polis for the minority. That should conclude our work for the week. Thank you all very much for being here, and we'll see you on the floor tomorrow. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.